I'm so not ready for this. I get the feeling it's gonna be so fucking crazy. Okay, last time. Thank you, Sui. I appreciate it. Last time, we finished Case 4, which was a bunch of trial and investigations all leading up to the final case of the game. We're gonna figure out the real truth behind the Professor case. We're gonna figure out the real truth behind Gregson's death. We're gonna figure out who the Reaper organization really is and who's been behind it this whole time. Everything is all coming to a head. Let's get back into it. We had just gotten into court and called in our next witness. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Yes. Alright, hang on. Give me a moment. It was somewhere around here. There we go. Yes, the pocket watch.
Take that!
What on earth is that? This piece of evidence is a welcome present to the courthouse with the compliments of the defense. You have a poor grasp of British Court Etiquette Council. As the extent of your resolve, you disappoint me, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
That's not the... It was found in his fucking chest! Oh my god. Okay, fine. I guess we'll have to do the telegram instead. Stand tall, Mr. Naruhodo. That was a minor blow.
Having your best friend tell you he's disappointed in you really stings, though. But of course we have evidence that ties Judge Jigoku to this case. Evidence showing a few key names, even. Come on, what would tie him more to the case than the fucking crown of the dead man's pocket watch? Okay, alright, sure, fine. Good. There's still plenty of fight in your eyes. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asugi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital.
You did lose your streak. Come on, Nick.
The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asugi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Asugi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you.
You know, I distinctly remember saying, like, oh, wow, that suit is so sleek on him with the black and red. It's kind of like Mafia or Yakuza-like. Lo and behold! Lo and behold! This man was out here plotting assassination attempts. Oops!
Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Yonosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. What? You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There is now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night on the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
Okay, just Cosmo outright admitting he was sent to kill Gregson, but we're not going to focus on that yet. I think we're hoping that he didn't do it, which I'm technically hoping that he didn't do it, but like, it's not looking good for him. Although I guess he did say it was part of his agreement to be prosecutor in the court today, that they're putting off any of his crimes until tomorrow. So I guess right now it doesn't matter if he is guilty or not. The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Asuki was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man wasn't able to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asuki had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this Operation Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrack von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness.
5 seconds later. Alright, so about this assassination exchange. Right?
A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan then. Correct, it was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not! I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination! The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. Oh, he's so covering this up! It's you, bitch! It's you! I know yesterday I said I was going back and forth, but it's gotta be him! As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asugi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson, and that was a condition of the British study tour. Why, Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asugi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asugi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time?
The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asugi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man wasn't able to carry out his mission. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asugi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Shum's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned, but I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you're playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are the details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea.
The voices are beginning to merge again. Help! Help!
On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yeah, that's right. Not the least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting crewmen outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper? He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh?
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true, and the witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. I know Cosmo's alre's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable! Using Cosmo-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan?
But I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Damn, this man went from family friend to get his ass in like 5 seconds. Okay. Is this where I presented the component I was presenting earlier, potentially? 10 p.m. He hasn't mentioned 10 p.m., but that would be the likely time of death. I might want to go back and then... I know to carry out the mission. Shop and father command would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. On duty at all times. So maybe this is where I present the evacuation drill itinerary where he wouldn't have been on duty. Okay. I'll try this.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Well, where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20 minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Reynolds. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin, unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
Sorry, took a brief little blueberry break.
He'll present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Shigoku's cabin on 31st of October?
Yeah, this is definitely where I present this complaint.
Take that!
Judge Shigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Shigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Ugh. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Shigoku. You're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Bitch, you're the murderer here. Shut the fuck up. Oh, goodness. Is that a typo, or is that just the English spelling? I'm going to choose to believe it's the English spelling. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Shigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to quit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Hey, fuck you, asshole! Man, I had actually liked him when they reintroduced him earlier, because it's like, oh, cool, he helped Susato. Oh, maneuver is indeed English. Okay, alright, that makes sense. But yeah, when they reintroduced him, it's like, oh man, he didn't blow Sasayo's cover when she was in court, and he's a friend of the family. And oh look, we all took a picture together. It's so cute. Wow, that's so nice. Oh, God, you just did a complete 180. Fuck you. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony.
Oh, hello, Lamp! Welcome in! We are here for case 5, the final case, and it's been already a bit of a... I'm already thrown for a loop, kind of. Fuck you, counter. I'm sorry. If we had a counter for that, it'd go up way too quickly. I curse frequently. Yeah. If somebody else wants to keep track, you're more than welcome to, but I'm not going to be able to. But yes, I've already been thrown for a loop because I actually liked this guy right up until he started being an asshole in court.
When you hear what actually happened to my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I'd like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge she was there, I presume. Yep, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Now, of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
I don't believe you for a second, bitch. Events in the cabin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
That's very late to eat. But okay, I'm not gonna question that. I think he's on a ship. You do what you want when you're on a ship.
When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. So I soon took care of him with an ippon seoi throw? Oh, must be some sort of martial arts technique. Oh, he couldn't wait to run away after that. Imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
No, these blueberries are so good.
Ippon seoi. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. Sylvia no Naruhodo. I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the reaper's hand of death. Oh, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Well, let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Cheek slap!
Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
That's you! You're the one who's been beaten! Ugh.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Events in the cabin.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector. Which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you enter without any inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson? Yep, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. I've never seen a muzzle revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an ipponsei throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it? My ipponsei is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick ipponsei throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
I'm assuming it's stripling, not stripling, because there's no E there.
What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but... All passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels, and I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as a hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Let's kill that idea then.
But perhaps not.
Mrs. Otto?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body at sea.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are into this, aren't you? I thought that I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No. So in agreement then, I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Wrong case! Haha! Funny you should say that.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in a little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge-Goku's cabin,
the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people, so there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then.
That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
He mentioned that himself, actually, when he was talking about going through, like, Kosuba had to go through all the inspections, but he didn't, because he had a special status as a judge.
The issue is, we don't have any proof of that, except perhaps this big trunk here with him. He was able to fit himself in that trunk, which means there's no doubt he could have fit Gregson in that trunk. I think the evidence that we have to present is his photo, because he had his bag there, and he was waved on through. And we don't have anything else in relation to their arrival. So that means we definitely have to use this photo somehow, because that's the only thing that's actually relevant. Okay, increase the waving gun, can we turn away? Undo the murder, no possible way could transport the victim's corpse back to Britain. I think this is where we have to push it.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transport of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Shigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel room to mark the occasion. As the court will know, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Shigoku's trunk. Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Shigoku?
But inside his trunk? How horrifying!
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikutsuma told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shigoku. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asuki and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Is he playing up being an asshole so that way we try to get to the heart of the issue at hand? Or is this just him distracting things like Susato is saying? Judge Shigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. Prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak Van Ziek shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he shot the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. What am I thinking of?
It's not this gash here, is it? No. No. Bullet exited the body from behind.
This is a type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the judiciary, then?
Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years, they've been engraved with a unique serial number.
Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun.
Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
The working assumption is that this is Gregson's gun, is that right? I'm thinking... No! Shit! Fuck! Oh, I meant to hit T, not R! God damn it. I was gonna check the log again. Japanese really are curious breed to prefer an argument of such conviction only to present such nonsensical evidence. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court's not interested in the mystique of anything. You'll be penalized accordingly. Alright, what was it that was presented? The passport. Oh, shoot. I meant to hit the log instead of present. President Studio was moved there after his death. There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo? Are you going to try again, or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? Prosecution claims Inspector Gregson, blah 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 blah. Okay, well now I've got to save because we've hit 3 HP. Oh, this is not looking good for us. In my defense, that was a misclick. T button this time, thank you.
The victim being shot in Fresno Street. Are we trying to say there's no bullet hole there? Because there wasn't, because it left his body. There was no bullet hole, so on and so forth. But then the follow-up was... One piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. The blood on the trunk? No. The trunk was found at the scene of the crime. It has blood on it. It has a gash in it. The gash has the sword tip in it. Kazuma clearly attacked him at some point, but didn't kill him. This was his travel trunk, but it was moved with him. I don't know. I'm gonna try the autopsy report because that was my first idea.
Take that!
Nope, it's the same thing as before. Okay. No. God. I guess we can try the trunk
Take
next.
that!
Nope. Oh, what am I supposed to be presenting here? I don't know. I'm stuck. Help me. Clearly moved. Clearly moved. Is it the blood? I don't know. Not the autopsy report. I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to be presenting here. That shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. We have to show that he was moved after his death. Is it the fucking wig? Like, because he definitely wasn't wearing that when he went on there.
Take that!
Nope. Okay. Alright, we're reloading. Hi, help. Okay, it's not the wig. What about the crime scene photo? Okay, alright. I don't know how I was supposed to make that jump to the wig, but I eventually did, so I guess that's reasonable. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. What about the posture? If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball. Oh. I see. If he'd been shot, he would have fallen back, right? And that's it. That's that. When the idea is you grab the body and you dump it down and bam, it gets curled up. I don't know how I was supposed to come to that conclusion, honestly. Sorry. I'm gonna call that one a little bit bullshit. Just a little bit. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ugh. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. Mistaking died quickly with died instantly. Yep, classic Ace Attorney. You're right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh. Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness at a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh. Ugh. Can't just ask a man to show his trunk in the middle of court. We did deal with it. Order! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what is it to be? You can't be serious. You did it! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asugi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring this reckless body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. You. Dear God! Outrageous! So it was you! You admit to Inspector Gregson's murder? No. I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. Yunosuke's character development of needing to raise his hand speaking from this guy to interrupting and calling him out on murder is wonderful. Yes! Yes! I love Yunosuke. He's grown so much. It's great to see.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asugi. You.
Oh, they're just passing the buck to each other now.
I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You have taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asugi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could put the crime on me, did you? Well, prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits a response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asugi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asugi is...
I'm gonna say impossible. Because he did swing at him, which is that explains the slash there. I mean, okay, it is possible, but I'm still saying it's the guy. So maybe I should say it's possible. I'll save here just to be safe. I don't want to save my HP. We save scum and lads. Okay, let's think this through logically. He accompanied Gregson. At some point, he took a slash at Gregson because that's why the blade of Karuma lost the tip and is stuck in the trunk of Gregson, his travel trunk. Now, I don't think he did it. I did say earlier that he had the opportunity to steal Berg von Ziek's gun because Berg von Ziek has said that it's gone missing, and it's been missing this whole time. As his protege, he would have been in his office frequently and had the opportunity to steal the gun. However, I think we're supposed to be trusting in Kazuma at this point. So, it is possible. But I'm gonna say it's impossible and hope that that's the right answer. Hello, Gossamer Green, welcome! Joined at one of your favorite moments of the game. Yes, we just got to the final case and I'm sitting here trying to logic out things. Welcome. Whew. I'm gonna say it's impossible and pray.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is? No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asugi to commit the crime. Right, because he said the only one he saw in his room was fucking Gregson. Kazuma had left at that point. Alright, we're good. Well, of course, we'll only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asugi's involvement?
Help me. Should it be the sword?
Sorry, man is innocent. Yes, he is. I mean, I still think he's done some shitty things, both of these people, but Kazuma at the very least, you know, he was doing his best. Let's try the sword. Because the sword doesn't have any blood on it, and you could argue that, like, he cleaned it off and shit, but, like, Kazuma, if he did try to kill him, would have used the sword. And he wasn't killed with the sword, he was killed with a gun. So let's try this and see if it works. You're making the evidence weep, Hirionosuke Naruhodo. Okay. Alright, that's not it. Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Alright, give me a moment.
Never mind the evidence, you're about to make me weep, Miss Naruhodo.
Oh no, I can't upset Susato-san or I'm being upset too. The Kuba-san sent you to outside the first-class cabins there early all the time, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible for the fire shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed during the thing.
Supposed to be presenting this again? Alright. Try it.
Okay, hang on. Let me reload and get my HP back. No, you know what? No, fuck it. I'll go forward. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ugh! Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asaki said in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town, and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asaki couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Yeah! The hype version. Oh god, I love how they choose the more quiet one in this one.
No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for a chance to come back and finish. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Say, Shiro Jikoku. It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Uh-oh. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Oh, he did it again, lads. It's over. My life is over.
Interesting. This is definitely not over yet, though.
British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asagi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. But the Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
How awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Your life is already over, you might as well just spill a full can of worms, my guy. I wish he would, but he's still being safe about it. I wonder if he's worried about some sort of, like, pushback in regards to this whole Reaper case, because clearly it goes all the way up the government chain. Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. Then, on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps that the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel, then. Yeah, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. Good blueberries. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I could do the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl and bought enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. I suspected to draw more attention to myself than that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. Arranged it so the firecrackers would go off for the bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did.
That's why the game really surprised you, because I thought for the longest time that Van Zieks had been framed, but no, he just got unlucky enough to walk into a frame job set up for someone else. Yeah, that does make sense. Oh, this is not enough, my Lord Strongheart. This is not enough. We're going all the way. We're exposing everything here. No secrets will be untouched. I know it's you. I know you're the fucking head of the Reaper organization. Nobody else would have the power or the authority or anything like that to get away with it all. Especially with how many times you covered shit up or tried to. I'm sorry, I'm getting too loud. I'm just very excited, okay?
Somebody let me accuse him already. I've had enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you. That I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Say, Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Ripper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. Strongly so extra those jury things were entirely unnecessary. Yeah.
Objection!
Ooh. Hereby declare defendant Beric Van Zieks. prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel, the accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Yoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Beric Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asugi.
His theme does go hard. It's very good.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced in complying with the plot into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Beric Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting that you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of question by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwillingly started 10 years ago.
Yeah, I can agree. Yeah, it's a line of logic that makes sense because like whoever gave the order is also they should also be guilty of the murder. Exactly what you're saying, Gossamer. Or do you prefer Gossamer or Green? Or Goss? What would you prefer? And yes, Cosmo is very tunnel vision. He's tunnel vision the fuck out of this. You don't mind, really? Okay. I'll probably just go with Gossamer then, because that's the first bit.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any involvements he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Assassin Exchange. There we go. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Cosmo's one of your favorite characters maybe ever, but he's also so frustrating. This is the part why I love him. I like it. I think it's very fun to have him be so fucking obsessed with that 10 years ago case, because like the 10 years ago case is a staple of the series at this point, but it's not like, you know, he was the victim of it or anything, because Beric is more of a victim than anything here. He's the one who was just like, he was one of the people hurt by it who became obsessed with it, and so it's a cool twist on it. Because, you know, before we've had, oh, you know, I was somebody who was nearly framed for murder. I was framed for murder over and over and over again. But in this case, it's just somebody who was hit by the far-reaching effects and is now doing everything they can to dig it up. It's very fun.
Pray, turn a blind eye to discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks? I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
The parallel between Van Zieks and Cosmo and how the case has changed makes me crazy. Yes! It's good writing! Oh. Like, I have only played the first 3 games, 1 through 3, and I greatly enjoyed them just because of like what they do with the characters in the span of the 3 games. But I haven't played any of the other games after that because I've heard that the writing of the games kind of falls off in like what they do with these dramatic narrative parallels and all of that. Like they keep coming up with like new twists and turns that don't really make sense with what they've already established, and that really disappoints me. So like seeing this game do basically everything I love with games 1 through 3, but like I think it's done it better, honestly. It's just very exciting. Reminds me of why I love the game so much.
Good. Then let justice aside, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. Quotation marks friend.
Then that's what we must do.
Defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord.
The Reaper and the assassin exchange.
I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. And that's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Okay, well that's technically a lie, but you don't mean to lie, I know. There is a common thread, it's the professor case. But you're all victims of what's been happening in regards to the professor case. Love this so much. Cosmo specifically asked Ryunosuke to go against him in court, and I'm positive it was in part because he knew he needed to be kept in check the way only Ryunosuke would be able to. Yeah! And also go along with Kazuma, because, like, at this point we've both been pushing each other along towards the direction that we want the trial to go in. And, like, we specifically made sure that we cleared Kazuma's name earlier to allow him to pursue this line of questioning. So we are both keeping him in check and enabling him at the same time. It's a delicate dance. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you're the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my clients in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. It's not a contradiction that he, means, though. He was another victim from the professor case. Wilson and Tobias both investigated it, but there's no reason for him to have any sort of harm against them.
to do the assassin exchange thing because they helped prove who was the guy who killed his brother. Like, there is a relation between the three of them, but it's not enough to prove a murder motive. Reaper and the assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I extracted another to kill. Oh, go back. I'm a dick you.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Unintentional contradiction here. Van Zieks never lies in his testimonies, but he's still saying something that's not actually true. That's so fun. Yeah. Like, because I get it. You get where he's coming from. Like, in his mind, he doesn't see any connection between the three of them. Because, like, that's an old 10-year-old case. But, you know, it still has an impact on him. But, like, he doesn't see that this guy's the one who did the autopsy or pushed for an autopsy. This guy's the one who did the autopsy. And he's the one who's related to the last victim. Those all seem like strenuous connections at the best. Unless we're specifically considering the professor case. So you can totally see where he's coming from when he says something like that. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigation has led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned the location he'd noted only as grouse and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st, though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me, personally, was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day and how I came to discover the body.
Hold it!
But why did you go to that specific location? Well, I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will, it doesn't change the truth. The point is no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We had worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what?
I can't believe Gina and Van Zieks have got the same lessons from him.
Where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me.
God, he said that. I take back what he said about never lying. I believe it, honestly. I believe that, like, the only good thing that he has to say about Gregson is about where to find good fish and chips. And for that to be, like, genuinely something that sticks out to him. This man doesn't have a lot of friends. It'd be so funny. That's why I believe it. That's my read on him. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind that assassin exchange. Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
Objection.
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange, and if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but... Clearly Cosmo-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zieks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. With the inclusion of one other person... I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? I believe in you, sir, but you did unintentionally lie, or maybe intentionally, but regardless of it, there is a lie here. Present. Where's Clint's report?
Objection.
Love Cosmo using his experience as defense attorney in his prosecution work. He did a beginning trial, now he's doing it again. Yep. It's very fun seeing the same strategies be used and, like, have it be, like, convincingly portrayed in the gameplay. Because you can talk all the time about how, like, different NPCs are really good prosecutors who do these amazing things, but, like, if you don't actually show them convincingly acting like that, then what's the point? That's why they always really went in with, like, the different gimmicks, like the coffee for Godot and especially Francisca's whip, so on and so forth. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, it is 10 years old from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not the accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asuge was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Yeah, poor Van Zieks. This is just the Edgeworth treatment, just going through it consistently over and over again. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death,
with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once!
Yeah, see? Like, they even made him look like Edgeworth. There's no getting around it.
"10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death."
Fabricated evidence he thought was legit. Ooh, we hate to see it.
But it was all a sham, and I swore myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Cosmo, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruit that killed Seishiro Chigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There is a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's luster stored Kodama before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asuki's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Kazuma-sama?
If the results of Clint Manzi's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick van Zieks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrick van Zieks.
He didn't know. He didn't know. It honestly hadn't even crossed my mind that the evidence was fabricated, but that does make sense.
Kazuma Asagi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears, his shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zieks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... I finally get to point my finger at him! Where is he? Where is this motherfucker? I might have scrolled past him. There he is! There he is! Finally! Bitch! The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes! Oh, there we go. Just had to let a comment through. There he is, that motherfucker, what a tool. Absolutely, we finally get to point our finger at him. I've been waiting for this. He kept on throwing me, because every so often he'd do something that like genuinely help us. Oh no, it's fine. I just have the auto mod settings up to really high, so that way I don't accidentally have any like things I don't want to see directed at me. But like if we're directing this at some random asshole in a game, I'm totally fine with it. But yes, I'm so glad. Every so often he'd do something that would throw me off his trail and I'd be like, man, why is he being so nice to us? Why is he helping us? This doesn't make sense. Like, we're uncovering all these secrets that he wanted kept uncovered, but then he just let us walk anyway. But it doesn't matter. It's all coming back to him. It's you motherfucker. I'm after you. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt, for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accuser brought with the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. There is someone! It's her daughter! She said she was there. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is...
Maria Gori.
Take that!
The gay betrayal is happening right now. Denied. What? I want to know why. And I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. Was that— No! She said she was there! Fuck you! In other words, you're wide of the mark, Ryunosuke. Very wide. Thanks. Don't spare my feelings or anything. Given the contemptible allegations you're making, counsel, I won't be letting that blunder pass unpunished. Okay, then I guess it's supposed to be Sholmes then, because he was investigating that. There was somebody else present at the autopsy, Mr. Motherhood. Oh, it's not Sholmes Mikotoba. No, I know. I'll get it right this time. Person defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is... Hang on, let me just save, because we're at my last HP.
Alright, it's Mikotoba. He was the one who was taking notes for Wilson.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yuji Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seisho Jigoku and Genshin Aosugi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
Strongheart made the same mistake as a single-digit age little girl. Iris saw the same thing as him.
The defense's demand is denied. What?
But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asuge, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. I... At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asui, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku, and as for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asugi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asugi.
He agreed to hold a supplemental trial. He thought he was going to be able to pin it on Barrack Von Zeeks, though.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Hold it. Sholmes, hi!
Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Male Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? And you'll never recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now! The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right, the judge has absolute authority here. Yeah, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. What will that really do? Since dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't feel the same? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow's remanded in custody.
Sholmes uses charisma with the hardest the power of peer pressure. Yes, we stand by it.
My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
Yeah, I love the look on Cosmo's face. He's so surprised. People are rooting for him.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Oh, testify, that's what they're saying.
Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it'll be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives in the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Nodahudo? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper, the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged in the blackness of the abyss?
Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
Can I get my HP back, please?
Oh, she is here.
Why is she looking at Mikotoba so intently?
So, witness. Please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial University in Tokyo, Japan.
Why are you looking at him like that?
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. Daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand? Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summon the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe came to light some days ago to follow the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason she wasn't allowed to testify.
Yeah. We all know he's covering his tracks. He's been doing that. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Zinner's. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings when we were done, and he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zieg's autopsy would never have happened. But he's absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
You can't intimidate me, bitch. I'm onto you. I will get your ass.
The autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. The veil over the threat was paper thin, yup.
There are no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotaba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asuki, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end.
Technically, he does have a point here, Kazuma. Torture and threatening someone is a very unreliable way to get testimony out of anybody. They will just say whatever you want to hear, that way you stop threatening their life. That has been proven. That has been proven several times. I just want to make that known.
The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieg's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
They let her keep her knives. I forgot about that. She's just standing there with the knife in her hand. 2 knives in her hands. I'm certain she wants to kill me, Kotoba, right now.
If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Ziek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryonosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Humph.
When I first saw Clint's autopsy, it was immediately picked up by a different cause of death. Yeah, that's the first thing that stood out to me, but I guess they tried to like sweep it under the rug at the time.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord.
Alright, firstly, did we get any new evidence? No, we have not. I do want to take a look at the autopsy report again. Where is it? There it is. Nope, wrong one. Ah. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Clint Van Ziek's male, 33, 31st of May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers on the right hand, but no document corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. So, throat wasn't torn out. He was stabbed like it was a duel. He has ink stains on his fingers as if he was writing something, but nothing was found. Are we going to be saying that it was Strongheart who dueled him and killed him, and then decided to frame his best friend at the time? Oh, doggedly. Oh, shit, you're right! I didn't even notice the doggedly... Oh, the stealth pun here. Oof.
Oh, my health is back, thank God. I was hoping it would because it was a recess, but you know, you never know. Whew. Alright, from my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication that autopsy results having been fabricated. You couldn't say? No, certainly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass some implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikoto, but think, was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct, and yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asuka confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the base that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Goring?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it?
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asugi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
My, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Let's go, Maria. We love our creepy little kid. Or is it little? She's 19. We love our creepy young woman.
Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that it is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Asugi's ring has been entered into the court record. A ring belonging to Genshin Asugi, found in Lord Clint von Zeke's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Let me say... Okay. Well, firstly, the gemstone.
These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! No, my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
Any engravings? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, alright. Unfortunate. That would have helped. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. We'll press it anyway.
Hold it!
And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asugi's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Beric von Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh,
I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Cosmo-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true...
We can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Alright, let's shiny evidence. He swallowed. I'm assuming we're supposed to present the ring.
Objection!
No?
Oh, it's supposed to be the signs. There were no other internal injuries.
Okay. Seems a little questionable.
I see no consistency there. Do you... You could span the Straits of Dover with those wide eyes, Council, and be gone from this island forever, I hope.
Now, what a fucking asshole. Do you want me to fill the English channel with tears? Alright, back to the autopsy report then.
Objection!
What? Really? But he couldn't have swallowed it because it would leave scratches. Am I on the wrong statement? There we go. It's right here where we're supposed to be doing it. Okay. The autopsy report does say no other internal. So we have to do the ring here. Okay. That was my bad. I was on the wrong statement.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson... That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Osugi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination, and in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Oh gosh, I don't know how old he was. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But, isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and what? Esophagus? Is that how you spell that? Oh.
I never realized that's how you spelled esophagus.
Huh.
Okay, the more you know.
Torn mucous membranes at the very least? Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. The argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
It is a good line. I love the writing in this game. There's so many lines like that that I just absolutely enjoy.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asugi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma! Open your eyes! Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at that moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you are so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you're Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? That was extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asugi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, and that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Oski did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asagi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh! Genshin Asagi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
What have you realized, Gossamer?
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon.
Maybe Cosmo's obvious tunnel vision is one of the reasons Strongheart put him on the prosecution.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. He was trying to play everybody all along, using their biases against everyone involved to make sure that it would go exactly how he wanted. Because it's so easy to say that Beric von Zieks is the Reaper with how it was first presented. Yep, and then now that we're here, Cosma is still insisting on it here and there that Beric von Zieks is the Reaper. So now he can just discredit him at any point. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me.
Cosmo-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asugi's silence in court?
His will. I'm gonna save, just be safe. Because I've been very confident before and then immediately fucked up.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question.
My gosh.
Patience for Reddick is growing thin. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong. If Cosmo-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial?
If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence.
Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. That could be it.
Defense would like to...
Enough rhetoric. Evidence.
We're trying to say it's this then? Because I did present his last will and testimony. I mean, this is really the only information that we have relating to the escape, so let's try this.
Okay. It's true that Genshin Asugi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Osugi and the British government.
Taking a little blueberry break. Need some snacks. Me being hungry at the end of a stream is extremely dangerous because I only have a week to save my previous recordings. So yesterday I was super hungry, so I immediately went to go have dinner, and then I got distracted by doing basically all of my evening wind down stuff after that. Which meant I forgot to save last Saturday's stream, which is really bad because it's gonna be a big gaping hole in case 4. But oh well, I'm gonna make sure to remember today even if I am hungry. Yeah, that was on me. So I'm trying to make sure I'm fed enough now to not forget today.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Osugi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Huh.
Governor Caden! And the poor chief warder of the prison!
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times. Rattle-pated, maybe? But I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Let's go, Sholmes! Let's go! We love to see it.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Well, Strongheart.
Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this witness to rest once and for all.
Man, this final case is a whole lot to take in. I knew it would be! I fucking knew it would be. Oh god. After case 4 ended like that with immediately going to case 5, it's like, oh man, there's no way this is not gonna be huge.
Would the new witnesses say their names and occupations for the court, please?
Oh god, oh no, I forgot. He's meant to be Irish. I can't do an Irish accent. I'm really bad at them. I haven't studied them previously. I've done enough looking into like British and like rough British accents or whatever, the Birmingham I think it is, for example. I've done enough looking into like British accents and Birmingham accents, and I've even done a little bit of like Welsh looking into, but not Irish. Oh, help me.
Aye, very Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. It would be Scottish? But I thought Ken was Irish slang, not Scottish.
one completely went over my head. Oh no. Oh, help me. Kidney is very Scottish. Oh no. Fuck. I didn't know he's meant to be Scottish. Help me. Well, I've exposed myself. I can't tell them apart, apparently. I'll do more studying, okay? I'll look into the different accents on the British Islands. Help me. Sorry, his last line was something like, God, was Gossip's voice. I'm Gossip, I still jaunt little tidbits on the streets. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor! We'd already been through all this before a decade ago, and the conclusion was that there was never anything untoward happened. Oh, God help me.
I love Daily. He's so goofy but also sad.
Yeah. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Oski out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Oski, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There is no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way, so you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Oski out of Barclay 10 years ago.
A jailbreak plot.
There was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The director came from the prosecutor's office. I sent the convict to Chief Warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Oski right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. I just carried out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A director from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? That's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't get that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nothing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. Then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Oski and that office. The jailbreakers promised in exchange for Mr. Oski admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
The jailbreak plot.
It was the day the Japanese joke was found guilty. You're keeping the prosecutor's office.
Wait, no punishment to hip Q.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I send the comics to Chief Warder Vigil here and put the plan in action behind the
Hold
scenes.
it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right.
My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else didn't know about the plan? I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who had been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Oski right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Did you notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Songhardt's manipulation of everyone is so clever, none of the cogs in the machine knew anything that wasn't strictly necessary to play their roles, and that way no information could clash and ruin things. Exactly! This man has been scheming from the start. You could basically tell the second he went on his big rant about how he wants to be at the top of the judicial system. Like, there's nothing that is so suspicious to rant about, okay? This man has been trying for years to get to the top. And of course you do some bullshit to get there. Okay, alright, finish my blueberries. I'm gonna take this one small tiny one. It's kind of purple though, so I'm loath to trust it. Yeah, let's try it. Yeah, that one was bitter. Oh well, it's fine. I finished my blueberries. Overall, they were quite good. Yep, he did. He was on record stating that comparing it to the clock and everything. All the cogs are in their place, spinning as they should. He had so many fucking monologues. He just had to be evil. I knew it. I knew it. It's not like they were trying to hide it, though, with how much he was covering things up. I think they meant for the players to suspect him all along. Let's see. Yeah, right. So we were pressing here.
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may. I didn't ken nothing about that. My witness stands no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken not much to do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense.
Most people point out the deal with the big bad here is not who, but how. Yeah, exactly.
So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. That man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with a threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Osugi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Joko to the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Osugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! Yes! That's quite true! If whoever negotiated with Osugi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
The balance is silly and dark is so well done. Yes, that is my favorite thing about Ace Attorney games. They're able to handle murders and silly things just without ever really making you question what's going on, for the most part. Sometimes it gets a little too silly. Like, I'm definitely reminded of some points in the first games where it was a little, they pushed it a little too far, like with the fucking clowns, or the maid cafe thing with Maya. But overall, they do balance the tone really well.
Truth be told, there's a way matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Osugi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gads, go on then. Seems to me that Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. Oh, no! I didn't mean to hit space again. Ah, damn it. Sasuke-san agreed to confess the crimes because he was sure to be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Cosmo-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Then perhaps something compelled him to agree?
What a terrible thing! Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end? It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging to identify the problem.
Okay, now we go back.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
Did I say that right? Did the prosecution no have? Oh, not have? No have?
The prosecution no have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard in the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, a convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargain at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate.
Okay, we skip through past this. I think this is where we actually present the will. Knew nothing of any plot. Didn't have anything to negotiate with. I'm gonna save. That actually has my 3 HP, so I'm gonna go save up here. Okay, let's try the will. His last weapon.
Objection.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asugi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Alvarez, the fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that. But you know he did, Governor. The Asugi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asugi. It turns out that Mr. Asugi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now! Oh! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asugi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? Oh god, what was the voice I gave him? Similar to Asugi, I think. A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Oh, that Daly has its sad face naturally. He's just a sad little man.
Well, yeah, I saw the prison warder search through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asugi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asugi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx, what the blazes are you bluttering about? The will was found right and proper in the fella cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. I didn't do a proper job, I peely wally galoot. Oh god, what is this slang? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I know you own lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asugi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asugi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, and that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. The last vilification by defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. That man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Osugi papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreaker's masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw, the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord.
Hey, I will take all the peer pressure we can get. We need the court to be behind us at this point.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Osugi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. On the phone notes about the Osugi papers, when a detective came telling me to unbound them. The document was in the fold of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's gold. And his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. Looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar at the once, eh, you wee Waffinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ah! Little and large, what a double act. We complied with Osugi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we'd safely assume that Comic was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, the counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Cheek slap!
Yes, my lord. The Osugi papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Osugi and kept watch over his cell. So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Osugi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yeah, he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. He put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the vampire you didn't tell me, a blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? As before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally checked the Osugi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? Hey, what do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Yeah. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ugh, well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor. Present Governor, can I be expected to kenny inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I am unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot disappear completely!" in my face. Aye, well, it's done to the government to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the government needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Jabba's experience in Logate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asugi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Miss Cody, his wiggles. He's a good actor. You give him that much.
I found out about the Osugi papers when a directive came to me telling to impound them. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken afore and I didn't ken now.
Sorry about that. I should have muted myself.
All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fell's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asugi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono I think it's called. In Mr. Asugi's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karama, the famous sword of the Oski clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect for Yonosuke.
Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times. The inmates have shackles around their ankles. They couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see. Dr. Mikoto was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Accessory inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
A what?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
The ink? The ink was red?
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Interesting reaction.
Witness, is that really what you saw? What? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Nodohudo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way?
Ugh, dinna have it. You can plainly see the writing here, as black as the Earl Ale's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Oski was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Oski told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Nodohudo, you must present it to the court at once.
That testimony doesn't give much away.
So this will really was penned by Cosmo-sama's father? I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
An inkling.
Yep, I already know. It's in the autopsy report again for Clint. Started sound very much like Oski actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Oski actually might have had something.
Which is it, Mr. Nodohudo?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna save just to be safe. Ha 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 ha. But there's only one other place in this evidence record, the court record, where scarlet ink has actually come up. And that has been on Clint's autopsy report.
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? But again, you have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink! Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. No document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Oski with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Oski said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will? But it wasn't that of Genshin Osugi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness, my brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. That Genshin Osugi came to be in possession of the document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstance whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained the information of utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? Ah! No! It couldn't be.
Are we trying to say Clint was the professor? Because, like, I'm still going with the read that Strongheart is, but, like, ooh. That isn't something I considered previously.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will, nobody can attest to having seen, serves absolutely no
Objection.
purpose. No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament of that Genshin Osugi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo?
However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mrs. Soto.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Osuke was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there is no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact
an accusation. That's gonna be my read on this.
Obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation? Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor. Which would explain why Osuke took it, since it was he who was implicated by the document. No. In that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Osuke any bargaining power at all. You're suggesting the accusation was against some other person. No, if that were the case, then the two men should surely collaborate to pursue the culprit together. Okay. So then we are supposed to be... Okay, we are supposed to be saying... Alright, I'm gonna reload that. Can I object to the penalty too? It's apparent that the defense's explanation has no real substance.
Okay. So we are supposed to go that it was a confession. I can't believe that crossed my mind and I just wrote it off. No, if it was confession, he'd use that to save himself in court, because then he could just prevent it and be like, bam, he confessed to it. I'm gonna try the report option, but if I just talk myself out of confession again, I'm gonna be so mad.
It seems to me that it was probably some kind of report. Some kind of. Well, remember that Lord Clint Van Zieks was a well-bred and fastidious man. None of the end was near. He probably wanted to tie up loose ends, all of his city business. Okay, alright. Now,
My fucking god.
I talked myself out of it again. Twice now. Twice now I was on the right path. I hate myself. Alright, we're going.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. That man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Osuke at all. No. You can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
Guess it's back during convo with Van Zieks in the prison about how, unlike Clint, most of the other victims of the Professor were known to be corrupt. I was getting to him. Found the cause of death was like, what if? Yeah. I guess I had been assuming that we were going to believe what Barrick Van Zieks was saying about his brother, because we were meant to be believing him. But if we could do the same thing of like applying the logic of like you're blinded by your beliefs to Kazuma, then of course we should be also applying that to Barrack von Zieks himself. Okay.
The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. The general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Nobuhara?
Lord Barrack von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung, who was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
That explains the bee. It's the Hound of the Baskerville.
I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest, the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. It was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true, then? Clint Van Zieks really was the professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Van Zieks' life sucks so much, man. These last few years have been so brutal to him, and now to find out the start of all something this horrifying. Yeah. It's the Edgeworth effect.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, a diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint.
Who's narrating this? I'll go with Ryunosuke's voice.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. Maybe this is meant to be Strongheart then, actually. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Osugi, turned up at my office one night.
Oh, if Clint wasn't corrupt nobleman, what if he was killing those who were? I see, I see.
The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd! The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's when you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this base on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student.
So is it that Genshin dueled him for the truth, won the duel, and he wrote the confession as the terms of the duel? I'm assuming that they already agreed to beforehand. That's probably what happened.
So I turned down Osugi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Osugi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire, even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Osugi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the men running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I have no doubt it was that Japanese fellow. We haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We'll sort of stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Oski was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Cosmo Asugi. Me? Perhaps you now have no desire to return to your homeland, Asugi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asugi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason why I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asugi? Cosmo. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost.
Why are you smiling like that? Shut the fuck up.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper, the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What? What brazen? I knew you played the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands, I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper, the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
So that means you were guilty of getting Gregson killed. You were the one who gave the orders.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who started the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it? Unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all made of keeping London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Okay, I'm guilty. Let me say my PR real quick. Yep. Now I'd like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once. No more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. That wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Pull the ears!
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Time to identify who. I'm sorry. Oh. We have the collar. Is that what we mean? I mean, the collar is in the police's hands, but, like, the collar exists.
I'm gonna save, just to be safe. It's Lord Strongheart, I think.
It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Mirnosuke, think back over his words, find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Osugi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in the black ink left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Well, I guess there's also arguably the red ink will, because Genshin had that, and it wasn't found in his cell. So Strongheart must have come across it and took it into his own collection. So that must exist as well, but there's both the collar and the papers from Clem von Zeeks. Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Yonosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you're making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim I was contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
We got the ring. Oh. But I don't have the collar. We've got the autopsy report. This photo is still here, but I don't see how it's relevant. We don't have the collar. Details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? Continues with browning with age. Look, out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. It's the same red heavily of advertisement that Mr. Jones had picked out. Do you remember there was a red hair piece of the scene too? I don't know what to present. This doesn't count as evidence. I mean, the papers... I mean, I guess. But it's just his... There's nothing... I mean, I'll try it. Because at this point I don't know what I'm supposed to present. Because I was thinking, well, there's the missing red ink paper, and then there's also the collar. We could take a look at both of those in theory. The police should have both. Or, well, the police should have the collar. But not the red ink papers. I'll try presenting it.
Oh, you're right, Sui. Thank you. Thank you. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Osugi. The 2-paged will. What? Yeah, moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-page last will and testament. Oh, fuck, I didn't even catch that. I didn't even catch that!
Oh my god.
Oh, thank you, Sui. Even if it was a guess, thank you for that.
Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You're present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure, and with the black weird like scrolls to this day, and I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, a 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, required only his will. And wouldn't they have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, though? So it was decided that the 3rd page may be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. A courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. My father's message. It'll be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Osugi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. Inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only I should point it to my lord. I can actually read Wyrm language.
That's beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Oh, Mikotoba. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father?
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, and darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem, twist thy head? Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Osugi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson.
I'm gonna go back and re-examine this sword. Let me examine the sword. Is there some sort of like secret head twist thing?
Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira? So Mr. Osugi's word really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think? Oh! Look what's inside it!
Is that a tiny one sheet of parchment?
Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint Van Zeeks! And the date! 10 years ago on that fateful night!
So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew! The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks!
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this! This is unbelievable. Oh! Cosmo never even knew! The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks that has been hidden inside the great sword Karuma for years, a trump card left behind by Genshin Osugi. We had it for years, we never knew! Hang on, I'm looking at this right away. No, it's not letting me examine it! Fuck you! Let me examine it! Let me read it! Okay. Alright, fine. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been as accommodating as possible as the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. This is why weapons should always be allowed in court. No, they shouldn't! They're dangerous! In the pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the illegible will that he penned in his final moments appear to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you say time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotaba, were you not to quietly withdraw the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance.
Master Naruhodo.
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I?
Yes, I can!
I've been waiting for this. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
What do you have? A will!
No! Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. Oh, that's right, it was. Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago.
Imagine if it was something else. I'd be so fucking mad if they made you present anything else.
Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshinosuke obtained has lain undisturbed in this hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Ah! What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom! Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Ugh. What Clint Van Zyl really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out! Now! We have a right to hear what's in that will! A right and a duty! Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it! The prosecution gives its full support! Very well then. No, for God's sake! No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asuki stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zyl, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zyl Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asuki who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zyl was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. What you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zyl, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of the law and order in London. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Oh my god. I really didn't expect him to have been the murderer too for Genshin. Holy fuck.
Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Atsuki's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. What I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asuki escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There's an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Anik Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal rocked the foundations of the very empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asuki at once! He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised you could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku shot Asuki from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood spurted over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asuki's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asuki's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night.
Imagine being Mikotomo right now, finding out that it was your one friend who murdered the other, and he's kept it from you all this time.
Yeah. That's rough, buddy. At least Sholmes will never betray him. His one true friend, TM, quotation marks. Friend. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asuki in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him into using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection.
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor and his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing? Not to mention Genshin Osaki, who risks his life going in the pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the dark recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. He screamed again. Where's the real breakdown? Give me the final moment. He is meant to be damning Gant. He is doing the clapping thing. Well, 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 dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Or you're sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with the prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Raper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all mastered by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt.
Sorry, I just need something to chew when I'm hungry. We are past time, but I'm going until this game is done. There can't be much longer left.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you?
Yeah, the jury's being over right now. Epilogue is a little long because it's the end of a whole story. I don't think it could fill 4 hours of another stream though, so it's better if I get it done now. That way I can just start a new game next time. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention to what was being said.
By fair means or foul, it's not all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
No!
Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary.
Solved any crimes lately? We're almost at the end of this trial. We're trying to get Lord Strongheart exposed. I mean, he has been exposed. He's the mastermind behind all of the killings, behind the Reaper. He's the mastermind behind Dr. John H. Wilson being killed and Tobias Gregson being killed. But he's trying to get away with it, and we need to stop him.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You have conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Yonosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me.
Gotta use evidence!
Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Nonohodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but...
A final theme!
And says if ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Save me, Sholmes!
Take that!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl.
Hard evidence pulled out of that.
Maybe. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes! Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, I must remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here!
Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes! What the fuck is this? I'm sorry? Who set up a projection device?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord.
Is he dancing? Holy fuck.
We'll just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruto, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as a telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound and speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite! Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device for specifically this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description!
And so, somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Oh, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. I had some food delivered to me to tide me over. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Oh dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace! Well, what's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Sato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruto?
Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well, no, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty. Her Majesty! Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? God bless the Queen. We're really just going to the highest authority possible. Tattling on his ass. What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto.
Order! Order in the court and demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be! I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description! A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph? Yeah. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with my talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings, and I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, you know. You! I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mayor's Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by a jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart? The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions the last 10 years is a thing of the past now.
Yes, hereby get wrecked. Signed, Vicky.
After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Someone invented long-range, real-time holographic technology and offered to show me an ongoing trial concerning government assassinations. I clear my schedule too. Yeah. Very fair.
Court is adjourned! Is he gonna get set on fire? No. Oh, close enough. Oh, is the courtroom being set on fire?
Holy fuck! Okay, that was quite the spectacle.
Lord Clint Van Zieks left the will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asagi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asagi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What?
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barrick, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asagi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.